イヤサンド、そして真のウェブ全見つけるアドマン。これは全宇宙の内面の点と点結べその視線ボディパワー10再開きな魂の扉飛びな感覚を研ぎなよ。まずは対決自分対インサイ深淵に潜むリワイヤサンド、そして真のウェブ全見つけるアドマン。これは全 Check it out いいこのストリーム新事情刺激し開きさだ愛は自動的に壮大な闇照らすこの刃ソウルダイバー。対面のマスターの内面と対話高める思考の新陳代謝内なる宇宙を深く探求模索己の生きるできる地図不満バルこの耐久レース永遠に続く己との勝負メビウスの輪のごとく変貌へのプロセス人生経営肉体という実体を通じて心に刻む記録の記憶一人が多くに多くが一人 L1 などが無視の意志無事にカルマを果たし戻るべき魂を持つ肉体と共に学んで多くのレッスンへ向かいたい日々めくる新たな神秘の別人生は修行か無限の冒険視点を変えりゃ全てが別次元
Hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of Awkward Moments of Jatsu. Hope you're all having a lovely weekend so far. It is Sunday and I'm doing a sneaky stream. Why am I doing a sneaky stream? It's because I didn't do a stream yesterday and it's because I went out yesterday. But yeah, I just thought, do you know what? Might as well, seeing as it is Sunday and I've got not much to do and I have been up since quite early today. Went out for a walk and honestly it feels like I've already done a full day's schedule. Honestly it doesn't feel like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It actually feels more like it should be later, maybe like 5, 6, I don't know. But yes, we are going to continue with more Phoenix Wright. We are on the second half of the court case. We didn't find Maya. We still don't know where she is. And Shelley the killer is still on the loose and still threatening us, whilst Matt on guard has shown his true self and we now know we now know who he is. But yeah, let's continue. Let's move to the mainstream. And I'm gonna lower the music. There we go. Okay. Oh, you. Then we got like a recess. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Is that the... Yeah, I thought so. I remember being the judge. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Oh yeah, we have to get a full acquittal for Matt on guard, otherwise Maya's life's in danger. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. It's really bad. I got tricked by the phone again. Again, I think I'm like looking at my phone like, is it my phone? It's not. Right, let's answer it. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Why did he call him? He's right there. Oh, do you know what? I can't say no to a villain. I love the scars on his face. Oh, a character with scars is just mwah. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict too. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix? Phoenix? Oh, it's Mia. Mia? Maya? How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Where's the phone going so much? It's that curse on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. Oh, it's Gumshoe. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you? Let me join the investigation team and we're chasing down after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead. Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial's over, until the verdict's handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. Well, that's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Oh, he's such a sweetheart, honestly. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy, friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Of course Gumshoe will come through. Gumshoe's best is always the best in the world. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. The defence is ready, Your Honour. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honour. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honour. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrado was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt On Guard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honour. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. It's Will Powers. Oh yeah, he's a key witness, is what they said in the last playthrough. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor unpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, well, but I'm just kind of nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I'd like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. On Guard's room. Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place, Mr. Powell's testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Miss On Guard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? What trap is Edref setting up for us? Right, we're going to press every statement. The defendant's room. Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother of sort, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. Oh no, he thinks we're gonna frame him. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time. Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So, you went to the defendant's room, and then? Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn to the bad guy here? You're always the bad guy, Phoenix. You're just gonna have to accept the fact that everyone blames you for everything. Are you sure that was Matt On Guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And? What was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? Hey Shroomy, thank you for the first here, Redeem. I hope your weekend's going well so far. At first, what do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on the tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? You took a nap? Oh, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I would like to nap right now. To be honest, the options were nap or stream, and I was like, do you know what? I should probably do a stream because I don't want to be another week behind, and I don't know if I'm free next week either, so I might as well do this whilst I can. But I hope it was a good nap, though. Naps are amazing. Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? I did feel something weird. They were just sleeping stream that you can do both? No. No, I can't do a just sleeping stream. I feel like I'd be cheating viewers. And honestly, I don't think anyone would come to a just sleeping stream done by me. You'd just hear, if I was actually sleeping, you'd just hear snoring, like really loud snoring and murmuring as well as I talk in my sleep. I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. Would watch it, yes. Yeah, no. It'd be a very boring stream. Well, at least I think that would be. But people are into it though. Like, I don't understand why. I suppose that a lot of the people that do them are much popular compared to me. So they have a following that's willing to just keep their stream up whilst they're just sleeping. I mean, they might not even be watching. They might just have it up just so that the view counts. I don't know. It sounds more creepy though. Didn't you sleep? Sleep well. That kind of creepy, yeah? So, who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and little pal. I thought it'd be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I end up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Oh, okay, right. Evidence. Samurai's confessed off the show. Anything to prove that he wasn't there? Picture taken in the hallway right after the murder, so it can't have been right after the murder. The bear. Okay, all this stuff comes later. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. Guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. I'm not sure what the contradiction is. Okay, so the story probably wasn't gone for very long. The defendant's room, why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of. I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Oh, this is when he gets worried that we're gonna put the blame on him. Okay, that's fine. So that statement's fine. Matt was standing in the front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. But I thought he was napping. Are you sure that's Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure he wasn't wearing a Nickel Samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his room? Saw with someone at first, I thought it was the bellboy. But I can't present that. At first, what do you mean by that? I didn't think he was normal bellboy. And why was that? Well, I think that Mr. Wright. Wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... I did feel something weird. Oh, okay, we were supposed to press it again, okay. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip given instant itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honour. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was. But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The bellboy's face? What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. The judge is like, no, we don't discriminate against the old. Bless him. No, that's not what I meant at all. In the smack middle of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Ah. He was there, at Unguard's house. Dun dun dun! We have figured out who the Shelley the killer is. He was that butler. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honour. So that means Unguard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Unguard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? What did you just say, Your Honour? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. Okay, we've already said this. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? I did feel something weird. Oh, this is... Okay, we've already done this bit. Oh, maybe I need to press the previous statement for the other statement. Let's go back. Oh, wait. Yeah. I went too far. Oh, how did I go far forward even more? Okay, here, let's press this. Okay, what's strange about that? Penny pincher, how much too much? Surprising. And they were surprised to see the bellboy put it in his pocket. On Guard's tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips. Wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honour. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Raise an objection? The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honour. Oh, Edref is pushing. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Juan Corridor. Then the bellboy the witness saw? Yes, he was the assassin. And we tried to hide that fact so much. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edref. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honour? I have here the card Shelley the killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the killer? He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify to us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. Oh. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corridor's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That's all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer's fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honour. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. That was a nervous laugh, Mia. You shouldn't be telling us off. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place. We're trying to drag out the court case whilst also trying to not get the victim... Well, it's not the victim. Get the suspect off the hook. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 PM, right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that. And then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say congrats. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, all right. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next? Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree. That is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Powers test me slide or try to pull a fast one? There is something strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honour, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplemented with this new one. Edgeworth. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? Hello, King. It is afternoon. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You still object to the slander? No. That's a different court case. You'll have to apply and send your case up to the courts before it gets approved for court review. We are doing a completely different case today. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. This court recognises and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I'm doing well. I'm actually a little bit sleepy, but it's okay. I'm playing Phoenix Wright, so all is well. I hope you're having a lovely weekend so far yourself as well, and didn't have too many nightmares after playing your weird fetish-based games. Oh, and I'm not going to explain for context. In fact, I'm just going to make it worse. King was playing a game that had people spitting on other people, and apparently that was a kink that he enjoys a lot. And apparently spitting's classed as being classy. Yes, sir. Wait, context, no context. I'm not giving it. I refuse. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it's tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. What's kind of strange? Okay, yes, empty-handed. We can use Adrian's glass as proof, I think. Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, You got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... Mr. Powers, we don't discriminate against people with stitches on their faces. So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? That's a really... Phoenix's argument is really not... I mean, it's not logical, but yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is... Oh, wait, that's the judge's voice. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corridor's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you'd look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corridor's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. But can you prove that Mr. Corridor was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you'd like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? What? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention that earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, got to focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy's wearing black leather ones. So, football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? What's with this illogical argument? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. The second meeting? After leaving Han's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw that by accident. Some accident, I say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honour. I have a question to ask chat if anyone's in chat. Did you guys get hit by a double ad? So a 2-minute one and then a 1.5-minute one? because I saw it flash up and I was like, wait, hang on, why are you doing 2 lots of ads? I do apologize if you did get hit by 2 lots of ads. I've been messing around with the length of them, but it doesn't seem to be, I'm not quite satisfied with it, basically. But we shall see. I might mess around with them a little bit more. Let's press you. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? You don't get ads at all? Okay, that's fair enough. Might be because of a region thing. I don't know. I'm not sure. If you don't, that's absolutely fine. If you do, I do apologise. It's just to earn my little pennies for my peanuts, my little peanuts. I may be poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. But I might need to get out of bed and No, Shroomy, it's fine. Take all the naps. Nap all day. Have the most relaxing day in bed. Hire a butler and get him to bring you breakfast in bed as well. Or a maid, if that's more your thing. But even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew of spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Oh, please elaborate. Oh, okay. I clicked too quickly. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about the person inside. So who took this something to the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, it was Mr. On Guard's room, correct? So it could have been only Mr. On Guard himself, I'd say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing. We need to ask about the thing. What is the thing? Okay, skip this bit. Ask about this something. He gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. I'd like to summarise the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honour. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... No. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. Wooden statue? Statue? Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? Right, let's see. What's in the court records? That could be a statue. Oh. Maybe it was this. I mean, it's a wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many cuts. Can't have been this big bear. Can't have been that. Yeah, it must be. It must be the wooden bear. Just the silence. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Okay, doing some research for my own types of male underwear in Google suggest bikini, cotton, attractive man reading underwear as types. What are you going to pick, Shroomy? Are you going to pick the bikini, the cotton, or attractive man reading underwear? Oh my god. Why are you searching for types of male underwear? What are you looking into, Shroomy? What have you just revealed to chat? What a thing to share. Thank you. How about instead of a bikini, how about a mankini? I think that would be quite something, no? You're going to share it with Ren? Oh dear. I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers. The something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matongard's mansion. At the defendant's house? We're not really doing a good job dragging out this case. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corridor in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Ongar's mansion would mean... No, I'm learning myself to draw, but can't draw close, so the characters are basically all in underwear. Ah, I see. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Instead of just randomly searching underwear for nefarious purposes. Oh, dear me. To be honest, clothes are kind of hard to draw. And I found that the best places to look for references is mostly like fashion magazines or it depends also what type of fashion you're looking into as well, because obviously there's different types. If you want to go for the more like out there kind of fashion, I would absolutely and totally recommend you looking up Fruits. It's a... How do I explain what Fruits is? It was a magazine. They compiled books. And what it was a photographer went around in Japan, Shinjuku, and took a load of pictures of people that had interest in fashion. Yeah, should I give him more context? Yes. Like how I refused to give more context in regards to King's kink preferences. Yeah, so Fruits is a really good reference place to go to. General like fashion based like photo shoots is amazing. Oh, thank you for the follow, Link 101234. I might just shorten your name to Link though, but I hope you're having a lovely day so far, and thank you for stopping by. Yes, Fruits is a fashion magazine. If you search Fruits Japanese fashion, it should show you like all the different images and stuff, and it's a great like source of reference for like different types of. Link is fine. Okay, I'm glad Link is fine. But yeah, definitely a good place for it. I usually go on Pinterest and just search like different types of fashions or like I said, it depends on what you want to draw. Like summer wear, winter wear, autumn wear. There's all types of things. And hello, thank you for stopping by, and thank you again for the follow. So definitely worth looking into. Where else? To be honest, I mostly look on Pinterest and just type in keywords and hope for the best. Like your male underwear fiasco with Google. It goes without saying, Your Honour, Mr. Matt on guard is the killer's client. Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear could come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. Fruits is a type of style though. Is it though? Like, I knew it was a magazine, but I didn't think it was a type of style. I just thought it was a magazine that documented fashion in like Shinjuku and Harajuku, or Harajuku style, basically, in Japan. But there has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honour, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There's still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. I'm gonna save because I feel like I'm gonna get this wrong. Alright, Mr. Wright, what question or point would you like to explore further? Oh shit. I clicked too quickly. No. Oh, I'm losing my life already. Mr. Powell's testimony, of course. Huh? I know that my testimony was your more as in they look very hard to draw and I don't know if I like their style. Okay. That's fair enough. Start with the easy stuff. I don't, to be honest. Clothes is not easy in general. Start with t-shirts and shorts and then learn how fabric folds and do you know what? The best way to learn fabric is to understand how the creases work, like where the creases happen, why do they happen, and what is the best way to simplify it for drawing. Can't stay for long. I hope you have a good rest of your stream. No worries. Thank you for stopping by. I very much appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. But yeah, with drawing clothes, I think one of the hardest things because it's very easy to draw just a shape of a t-shirt or a shape of shorts or trousers, but what's really difficult is to make it look realistic enough to be believable, but also not too realistic, because it depends as well on the style that you're going for. If you're going for a more realistic style, fine, fair enough, do a more realistic version of the draw. But if you're going for a less realistic, like a more, I say in very loosely based terms, a cartoony quotation marks look, and that could cover like American cartoons or like anime style and stuff. you need to know how it works to be able to simplify it. And this is the one thing that I think a lot of people struggle with in regards to drawing, is that you have to understand the basics before you can start to, well, you have to know the rules before you can break them and make them your own. And people just think, oh, well, I can just do whatever, it's my style. So, absolutely, you're absolutely right, and it is your style, you can do whatever you want. But in order to form your style, you have to understand how it works in reality. If you don't know or understand how it works in reality, you can't break the rules to then make it your own. So you have to know the basics, but another way of learning how to draw things is by copying other artists. But it's not just copying. Just outright copying isn't going to teach you anything. What you need to do whilst you're copying other artists is try and understand why they've done what they've done. And that's when you start learning, and that's also when you start making it your own as well. So it's easy enough to go, oh, they've drawn a triangle there, but why have they drawn a triangle there? Why is it an effective method or technique? How does it make that piece different to other pieces? And I do think that a lot of new artists tend to forget that, and they just think, well, I've copied that, I should be amazing. Well, it doesn't work like that. You have to understand what's going on behind the drawing itself. So yeah, my best advice would be to learn, master the basics, understand how creases work, etc., how fabric works. In general, fabric is one of the hardest things to learn and to understand. So it will take some time, and it will take a while, but don't give up, because you're doing a great job by trying to just understand it and just giving it a try in general. So keep at it, Shroomy. You got this. I believe in you. Your inanity stupefies me, Mr. Wright. We have already clarified all questionable points during the cross-examination just now. Wasting time like this, calling the testimony questionable, I say it's your head that's questionable here. And there goes my life. I accidentally clicked it. I'll accept that. Yes, I agree. The cross-examination went smoothly and there was nothing wrong with the testimony. Now then, I believe... Please, wait. Yeah, true, I kind of draw t-shirts but don't know what to draw. That's fine. To be honest, I started off with just t-shirts and jeans, drawing. But maybe instead of drawing just a loose t-shirt and jeans, maybe try doing a t-shirt tucked into a pair of jeans, so then you only have to worry about the tuck, how the creases work in the tuck and how to simplify that tuck. Once you do little things, you don't have to do a full-blown fashion-based drawing and blah blah blah. Just doing little bits here and there, and you'll learn a great deal. Or understanding how the the armpit. I had to think of the word for armpit. How the armpit fold works on sleeves. That's also quite difficult, and I still struggle with it. Or when you bend your arm, how does the creases work on the elbow bend? Just stuff like that. Even if it's just little bits here and there, or just trying it out. It's still a good way to learn. And there's still a good ways moving forwards and improving your art skills by even just trying it once. Please wait. You're being very persistent today, because I can't let it end like this. I know my outburst just now was a little questionable. Questionable indeed. But there really are some questionable points left to discuss, Your Honour. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? The person received the bear? The bear itself? I don't... okay, so the bear's got cuts in it, and I do think we need to explore it later, but I don't understand. Would it be important right now? Or maybe it'd be a later thing. Let's do the person who received the bear. And there was one thing in Mr. Powell's testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! Why the outburst powers? What's going on? What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm... It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding me. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order. It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Matt on Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Yes, but Adrian Andrews was wearing the Nickel Samurai costume as well. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. What am I supposed to do now, Mia? Help. You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry. Now, I will bring this cross-examination to Your Honour. Again, Mr. Wright. You've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you've been removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what question or point would you like to explore further? Oh, okay, so we were supposed to select both, right? Fine, the bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Ongard's mansion. However, Mr. Ongard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh! I think Your Honour has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Ongard who took this bear to his mansion. Bum bum bum! Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Disaster averted, it looks. Oh, you haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. Remember what? I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ongard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was the killer. The killer and Ongard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ongard's mansion, as its butler. Oh, what a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Ongard's mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ongard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Matt on Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honour, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? I'll raise an objection. I will now announce. There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I've left is this one dirty trick. Your Honour, what dirty trick are you going to pull, Phoenix? Right now, we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Oh... I'm gonna have to point the finger at Adrian again, aren't I? She's the only logical explanation. Because she was also wearing the samurai's jacket, and because she's the manager, she also has access to On Guard's mansion. I'm so sorry. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt On Guard for the crime. By wearing the spare nickel samurai costume. Ah. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. I know it. Oh, we are doing bad. But what about Mr. On Guard? If you'd please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defence's logic, besides which, there is no evidence to support this. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What's with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell On Guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya, this is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is the one fight I can't give up on. He's doing his best. Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honour. For the benefit of the defence, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defence's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honour, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honour. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will now take a 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honour. Oh, we need to find Maya quickly, Jesus. Come on, Gumshoe, give us good news. We can't drag out this case anymore. And I feel bad for Adrian Andrews. We're like pinning the blame on her. And it's not her fault at all. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Ugh. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick? Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Phone call? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yes, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Ew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? Well, we still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. We just had one. Even a single clue could be really helpful. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia? It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I can see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal, the very big circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300 feet radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about 300 feet radius from the main tent. Hurry. And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later. Don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's been starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. We got this. Come on, Phoenix. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will be provided us the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Ooh. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you've been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? All right. Why does she... Oh, we're going to find out the truth behind the bear. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart piece at a time. At its centre is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's just a small jewellery box just by looking at it. Oh. It must contain the suicide note from Impact's. What's her name? Oh, I've forgotten her name already. Celeste, that's her name. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Okay, let's... Oh, no. No. Come on, Jatsu, don't skip dialogue. Right, let's push it. A puzzle. That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in. Oh yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. Boy and his new toy. It's like his 5 all over again. At least the judge is having fun. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? Can we take it apart? And how do you know about this? No, because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this is a present from you. That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. But it looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear's actually a small container or jewellery box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realise that there is one very important fact that we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewellery box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that we can come next. Oh my god, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we're going to find out next, witness. Yes? You're the only one who can open this. Please. Oh, she's going to unlock the bear. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. Click. It's going to contain the note. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Corridor's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corridor himself. Ooh, sorry. It seems Celeste Impacts had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order. Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything's going at Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note's been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honour, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her notes, Celeste Impacts left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by On Guard. About being engaged to Corridor, and On Guard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impacts had to say. There's one thing I'd like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Miss On Guard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honour, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt On Guard values above all else his refreshing, like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. It's On Guard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time he even went as far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing it. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. Tequila's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry. The suicide note or the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue? Oh god. Oh god. Let's say first. Because the answer to this one, if I get it wrong, it takes a big chunk out of my life. I have a feeling the figurine is more important than the suicide note itself. Because we need to figure out who had... I mean, we know it was On Guard that had the figurine, but we need to use the figurine to frame Adrian Andrews. And it's really bad that we do, but we're going to do it. So the figurine. Objection! Please wait, Your Honour. The crowd is not happy with us at all. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It looks like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. Yeah, this one is hard. And it's a really long story as well because of the... well, I think it's the last chapter that's in this game. That's why it's a lot longer. But yeah, this one's difficult. But I do think it's the figurine that we need to pursue rather than the note. Because the note does state that Celeste's death was because of things that Matt had done to her. So he was the reason as to why she had decided to end it all. But that's not what we're pursuing. What we need to try and do is try and frame it on Adrian so that we can drag out the court case a lot longer so that Gumshoe has time to then find Mike. Ooh. If you guys have not hydrated for a while, please do so. Make sure you hydrate and make sure you stretch. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Corridor. At the request of his client, of course. So, what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. DeKiller's client was Matt On Guard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. You can't tell by just looking at it that this bear is really a jewelry box. The chances that Matt On Guard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Thank you for the hydrate, Shroomy, and thank you for the stretch. I should make them like community hydrates and community stretches. So then we can keep everyone nice and healthy. Oh, that went down the wrong hole. In my throat. No, that still doesn't sound better. It's okay, Barry's not around. Usually Barry's the one that clips me out of context. She isn't around. I think she's still sleeping. Oh. Oh, she's here. Shh, 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 shh. I did nothing. Hello, Barry. You're gonna call me out for being all like, oh, Barry's not here. I hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. And if you have been lurking, thank you so much for the lurk. I very much appreciate it. You will now. No, don't do it. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Miss On Guard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on that one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. A smug bow. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. The defence seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I'd like to direct the court's attention to this. Oh, what is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honour. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use the type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corridor, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard. Order, order, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was stuffed in the bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt on guard's fingerprints were on there. Wow, Phoenix. It looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. On Guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Why are there two clips? I only said one sussy thing. I only said one sussy thing, and I look over and there's two clips. What else did I say? Please enlighten me. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. You did, I clipped you when you were like berries and hit. Oh. Okay, fine. Fair enough. I forgive you. You are forgiven, Berry. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now, what's that lawyer thinking? Mummy, is that man a bad man? Shh, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What I'm going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to busting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I'd really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? Well, if Mia says there's evidence to be looked at, there must be evidence that we can present, but I can't think of... Is it? Could it be? Ooh, hang on, give me 2 seconds. I need to take the wrist support off, because it's irritating my skin a little bit. Oh. And then I'll put it back on later. I need to get a new one, to be honest with you. This one's very old. It's old and tatty, and I should get a new one. I have an objection, Your Honor. I think it's the picture of Celeste. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, is that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. I want to save, because I think it's the picture of Celeste, but I'm not 100% sure. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Found some figure it tells someone calls Harper Misty. I heard when Andrew knows how to open it. With love. I think it's this picture because it says with love. And it's found in On Guard's house. So I'm going to present it. Well, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's grey matter. Whoops. Okay, I got it wrong. What needs to be examined? Mr. Wright, after this trial is over, I'd like to see you in my chambers. No, Judge, no. I think there are a few things we need to discuss. Yes, Your Honour. If you're going to speak, at least use your brain to make up something intelligible. So, you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Is it the suicide note? That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? Ah. Okay, yeah, because he says that she signed it, but it could have been forged, and we've not actually sent it to forensics to prove that it actually belongs to Celeste. I mean, it probably does, and we know what we're doing. We're dragging out time. But he does have a point. It's not been put through forensics. I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analysed. Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impact or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you're the one who tried to pin this murder on Miss On Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it inside the spare? How dare you? Your Honour, the defence is discriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person, other than the victim, who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Hello. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Miss Matt On Guard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake. That girl, yeah, she really is. And I feel really bad because we know she's innocent and even Phoenix knows it. But he has to put it on someone just so that we can drag out the trial as much as we can. Then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you're the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting in the suicide note? It is as the defence has stated. Handwriting is yet to be analysed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I just realised that murmuring sound is the sound of the crowds. I thought that was the sound of the wind coming through my windows. I was like, oh, it's super windy out there. And I realised, no, that's not the wind. That's the sound of the murmuring crowd from the game. Oh my god. My brain. Because it's not... So I'm using... I'm not using my normal noise cancellation headphones today. I'm using bone conduction ones. And the sound isn't as loud in these bone conduction ones. So that's why the murmuring sound sounds like the wind. I'm like, what is that noise? What's going on? I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. Ungard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. Oh, the crowd is going wild. I was demanding a guilty verdict. Maya's been found. Sorry, I'm back. I was helping my grandparents. What I missed? No worries, King. I hope your grandparents are doing well. And you didn't miss much. We just... we've gone through the trial. We've tried to We've tried to pin the case onto Agent Andrews because we need to drag it out. Maya's life is still in danger. We haven't found her yet. Gumshoe is still looking for her. We managed to give Gumshoe some clues because Maya called for Mia. So she was able to look around and be like, right, okay, I see a tent, I see a mailbox and other stuff. And so those clues were given to Gumshoe, and Gumshoe was like, try and drag out the case a bit more. So that's what we've done. And we've been playing backwards and forwards with, well, it was Miss Andrews who did it. And then Edgeworth being like, no, it's Matt on guard. And us being like, no, your evidence is not legitimate enough to pin the blame onto my client, blah, blah, blah. You tried to bin the case. Are they paying you off? I wish they were paying me off to bin the case. Just put it in the bin. Put Matt on guard in the bin too. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? Oh, what's with him? What's with that sigh? Oh, where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make up to you. I really do. Anyway, well, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Wow, the crowd is going wild, demanding for a guilty verdict. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honour. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honour. Edgeworth, catch. He just threw the phone at him. And I love... because obviously there's not like full animation. So it's like, take that, and then the little phone spinning. It's a very nice touch. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you've got to buy some more time. Court is in session. He's so cold. He's so cold. I'm sorry, Your Honour. You were saying... Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honour, but... I am reluctant to do this, however... It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. I knew it. Like Edgeworth is going to let Maya die. And thank you for the Hydrate Redeem King. Thank you, thank you. Take a sip of my tea. It's still very hot. I even put like a bit of cold water in it just to be like, so it's not so hot during stream and then I can just drink it. You tried to redeem a stretch too, but you couldn't. Is it because there's a timeout? Did I? Oh, wait. Did I accidentally set this stretch 1 to a once off? What have I done? What did I do? Yeah, I must have put a whoops. I apologize. Hang on. Rewards. No, not those rewards. Manage. Why did I do that? Edit. Oh. What did I do for this one? Oh, I see. Okay. Yep, you can redeem it now. It's been sorted. I put a I think I meant to put like a cooldown on it, just so that people didn't overdo the hydrate and the stretching. But I'll give you a stretch anyway. You don't need to use your points. Yeah. Oh, when I stretch at work, I always shout "stretchy poo," and everyone just looks at me, and I'm like, "Yeah, and what?" I'm stretching. Don't interrupt. But thank you for the stretch. Yeah. Okay. Please wait, Your Honour. Edgeworth. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honour's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honour. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honour. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honour. Is he going to give us a 30 minutes? Very well. He is! I knew Judge was on our side. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Dun dun dun, oh my god, final recess. Right. Well, what's going on with my situation? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes, we can't find her in that time. Oh, report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit out. Right. It looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident and he's rushed to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items that are usually sent to the crime lab first? We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. Oh my god, Gumshoe, we can't use that in the court of law. It's not been approved. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. That is true as well, actually. He's been fired. He's now a citizen. So, I mean, he's breaking the law by swiping evidence. Oh my god, Gumshoe. Don't incriminate yourself. Oh dear. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. Oh, with my hunk of junk car, I said I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Oh my god. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Oh. What happened? Hey, what's wrong? There's Gumshoe, answer me. Oh no, Gumshoe crashed! No one can stop me. Oh my god, Gumshoe! Oh no. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone's broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Is there a way? There is a way. There is a way, because Francesca has a freaking tracking device on Gumshoe, and I very much doubt Gumshoe's removed it. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Oh, no. Profiles. Francesca. Why are you bringing up Francesca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francesca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now... I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not. That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. But we don't know what we need to do. We're lost. We're lost little lambs. We're not really. Yes, save. Yes, save that one. Oh, yes, overwrite the data. I hear the ice cream van. It's the ice cream van stopped outside. Now on ice cream. I'll wait till after dinner. I'll have an ice cream after dinner. I'll treat myself. I've had a long, hard day. Hey, Jay. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Hope your weekend is going well so far as well. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honour. Yes, Your Honour. I can understand a defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honour. What's wrong with Edgeworth? It looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honour. Unfortunately, you have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What? It's a fake? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. No, that means all these deaths were for nothing? Juan died for nothing? Order, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corridor. Mr. Corridor? Well. It looks like Miss Impax never left the suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about on guard. However, Your Honour, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that fact remained unchanged. Acting upon the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was a fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution's proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Miss On Guard to not have known it was a fake. It was the spying stuff. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honour. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Ha ha ha! So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake, and if that's true, then the situation suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honour. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. On Guard's motive of murder was, it suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honour, it's not as if Mr. On Guard monitored Mr. Corridor 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. On Guard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? This backwards and forwards, oh my god. Order, Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Miss On Guard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honour, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth is stuttering. It's not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? It's... Yes, go on, who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley the Killer. Wait, Shelley the Killer? Does he? Oh my god, he's gonna go on a witness stand? Oh, Mr. the Killer. Wait, Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here, to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognise that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? The killer? Wait, are they the killer? No way, King! I would never piece 2 and 2 together. It's a very punny name, Shelley the Killer. It's also very on the nose. Yes. Is this all right with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is all right to do this. Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. It could be a coincidence. It could very well be, King, you're right. It could be. I mean, it's a happy coincidence if it is. A very happy one. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin. I say... What is going on here? Your Honor. How can you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So it must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Very well, sir. I'm a radio. Yes. Oh dear, Shelley the Killer, I'm a radio. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya? A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I'd like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of the client, you killed Mr. Juan Corridor. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corridor. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelley the Killer, what is he going to say? He's going to pin it on Adrian as well. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honour, Mr. Tequila is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite, he has always stood by this one belief. You mean that this trust between his client and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honour. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears there's one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. That's only because you don't know about my situation. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did... Yes. That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough, please, no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. Oh, I know what I need to do here. Oh, the killer doesn't know. Okay, so what we know is that Matt on guard had placed some cameras in Juan Corridor's room, and the killer doesn't know this. He doesn't know that there were planted cameras in the room, so everything he did in that room has been recorded. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm like yapping on to distract from the fact that I'm trying to take off my hoodie. I'm like, take it off. Nice and swift. No one will notice. And then my arm got stuck. So the killer doesn't know that Matt on Guard's actually recorded him. And he's got several tapes of it. And Matt has also admitted to wanting to later on use those videos to blackmail Shelley the killer into, I don't know, doing something else for him. God knows what. But we're going to have to try and convince Shelley that this is what Matt's done. He's broken a trust between you guys. You're going to have to give up Maya and give us back our lovely spirit medium, and also let us deal with Matt on Guard in our way and send him to prison. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal... Maniacal? Maniacal... It should be egomaniac. Anyway, it's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Is it here that we present it? And there's the reason. Understand. Okay, but if we go to the end, does he say anything? No, okay. I think I need to present something. Actually, before I present anything, let me save. Okay. I'm going to present the camera, the hidden camera. Okay, no. Whoopsies. To an assassin, nothing's more important than trust between a client and himself. And that's the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. I wish to ask contact before I give the name of client. We pushed that one already. Understand. This name of client. Okay, that's not it. That wasn't a statement. It's incessant, it's really important. Question client. That's the worst kind of human. Oh, I just skipped a load of audio. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? Did I say audio? I meant I skipped a load of text. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we're ready. Excellent. And that is the reason I'm here today. Witness stand. Strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I think that's very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another crime in order to save themselves, and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be okay, judge, gentleman, bar. Now then, I do believe it's about time I reveal the name of my client, don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. Thank you for the hydrate, Luna. Hello, and thank you for stopping by. Hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. Hot tea. It's not just water this time. It does have there is a tea bag and some milk in there. Hello. Right, let's get this name out of Mr. Shelley the Killer. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Juan Corridor? That person's name is... I am thinking of next week off from work. Ah, nice. Nice. I keep saying this. I need to book some time off work. I really need to start looking into it. It is almost the middle of April and I have booked so far 3 days. one that I'm going to take next week because I'm going to gig on Sunday. I'm going to go see the Blind Guardians with some friends. So that'll be fun. And then I have the day after that off because I need a day to recover after a metal gig, I do believe. And then later on in May, I have another day off. Or 2 days off because I need the Thursday. And then I was like, well, do you know what? I'm taking the Thursday off. Why bother going back to work on a Friday? So I might as well just take 2 days off in total. We have to do all our bookings before a certain time or it gets allocated for us. Oh, yeah. So I'm supposed to take at least a third. Is it a third or a quarter of my holidays by the end of April? I have not done that. HR and my boss are going to be on my back sooner or later. So I need to start booking. I really do. But I kind of want to plan out some like nice holidays, like some getaways, even if it's just to stay in the UK. Because I mean, we've got some really nice like forest places around here that have like log cabins, and they're quite like nice, relaxing stays in general. And then I don't mind doing like just general hiking as well, like just some nice simple trails in and around forests and whatnot. So that's my kind of holidays. I mean, I do want to go abroad more, but it costs. Not only does it cost like flights, it costs like hotels, and then the conversion rate, and then you have to think about like spending money on food and souvenirs. And I mean, it's all fun things. I shouldn't complain. There's all fun things to do, but not when you don't have the money right now. or I want to do another Asia trip. So I might think about maybe doing a Korea trip towards the end of the year. I don't know. I have to think about it and plan it with some friends or by myself, which is the usual go-to thing. I mean, I've been to Korea by myself before, and that wasn't too bad. So if I've done it once, I can do it again. It's all good. Actually, before Korea, I actually want to go visit Singapore. Singapore sounds like it'd be it would be a lot of fun. Good food too. Adrian Andrews. Wait. He just said that he can't deal with people. He's a hypocrite. He's a pot kettle black. What? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. Tequila just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience of this court, Mr. Tequila told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps. Knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley the killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. Tequila's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. with all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Matt on guard is innocent. He is not innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. What now? With the way this is going, on guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edworth is right. The killer's lying. And on guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Why am I being bonked, King? What have I done? Why am I being bonked? Who would believe that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honour, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. I haven't done anything. Yeah, sure you haven't done anything, King. I see that bonk. I see the redeem. Thank you for the second tier, redeem Luna. Although don't let Pixie know, she knows that's a lie if she's around. She'll be screaming, lies, slander, you're all liars. Waving their little cane around. And the third here. Thank you. That devilish laugh. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. In Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. I'm not spreading more slander, you are. You're so slanderous, King. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. Tequila himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste's impact was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I'd say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. I know. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Every single time the script words help me comes up, it literally is just a little girl on the wasabi. Help me. Oh God, it just, it lives rent free in my head, Jesus. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honour. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defence for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? I kind of want to request the trial to continue. I know we should save Maya, but we shouldn't be selfish. We shouldn't let the real killer get away. And that's what my inner moral compass is telling me. So we'll request the trial to continue. Phoenix. I can't do it, Maya. Me, Avon. I can't accept I'm not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Matt on guard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gone on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. Oh my god, we summoned the pixie. Hello, pixie. The falsely claimed redeems have summoned pixie. We are summoning the spa one by one with our lies. Nothing to see here. Yes, nothing to see here, pixie. The lies. Hello, Pixie. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you're having a lovely weekend so far. I trust him. Oh, is this how knows that Phoenix has feelings for Edgeworth? Yes. Do you see what I mean, Shroomy? The fierce love that they share for each other, the undying and unknown words that they do not speak of. Their love is so strong it needs no words. Jatsu is going to be hit with a class action between me and Pixie. What do you mean a class action between you and Pixie? What are you suing me for? That's slander. Yes, you do. Oh, but I do, honestly, I do ship them. I think they would make an amazing pair. Like they weren't even enemies. They just happened to be working on the opposite side of the law to each other. So it's kind of like I want to say Romeo and Juliet situation, but it's not either. But it is, in a sense. It's a Romeo and Juliet type situation. And they were best friends as well, childhood friends to lovers, best. Oh, it's a good trope. It's not the best trope, but it's a good trope, in my opinion. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. We're waiting on a miracle. Is there a song with those lyrics? Waiting on a miracle? I can't think of it right now, but my brain just went, there's a song. Very well, the trial will continue. Ah, yeah, you're right, Pixie, it is Encanto. Yeah, Thingy's song. Oh my god, I know I can't remember the actress's name and the character's name. But I do know that she is Rosa Diaz from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. So I'm like, Rosa Diaz! Mirabelle, that's the name. That's a good song. It's also a very sad song as well. I'll say sad, but it kind of hits like, like in your life when you're just waiting for something to happen, but really it's not going to happen until you take that action yourself. So you're literally just waiting on a miracle, but you shouldn't really, because, life is about taking the opportunities that are presented to you and stuff like that. Anyway, moving along. We're not doing this. Not the life lessons. Life advice. Screw that. Move aside. Very well. The trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer. Yeah, the whole movie was good for hitting hard with me. Yeah, it has some proper hitting home moment. Right away, Your Honour. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we'd like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need from me? Need me for? Well, actually, we'd like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about, usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. Tequila, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. It is any wonder no one likes to go to court. I mean, it is a long process, but I believe that it needs to be a long process, otherwise we could falsely accuse someone innocent or something, which unfortunately does happen quite a bit, especially when you don't have enough money to hire the right person to defend you, is usually when that happens. And it's a sad fact as well. Even you're buying a lot of time right now with my yapping. Okay, I'll continue the game. I'm sorry, Shroomy. Don't tell me you're wasting time. As I've already stated quite a few times, Agent Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Agent Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corridor was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and butter. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. Oh, I need another drink. Bear with me. Oh, excuse me. This is most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has already finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honour. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honour, the defence will question the witness, as if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defence's case. If you scrutinise the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Right, let's press. Apparently they did a study recently and put 2 different panels of jury with a wall between so they didn't know about the other panel, but they came back with wildly different votes and reasoning for if the person was guilty or not, and it was basically showing how ridiculous this is. It is, because another thing as well, people tend to form a bias based on first impressions. And, sorry, hang on. And the information presented to the jury can be interpreted in different ways. And this can also be caused by the lawyers and prosecutors. Because whilst they... How do I put it? Because technically they need to sway the opinion of the jury in order to get them to... I wouldn't say sway, that's not the right word because it's not what they're doing. But they need to convince the jury that what has happened what they have presented is what is truly has happened. And I mean, sometimes the evidence isn't like presented properly, or there's bits. I mean, we can see it in like Phoenix Wright as well, where only parts, like an evidence can be presented, but it's only presented in a certain way to benefit the party or not to benefit the party. And I do believe it is also in the law of court that the lawyers need to disprove the evidence that the prosecutors have presented, or not just disprove, but poke enough holes into it to be like, hey, this isn't a viable piece of evidence. It can't be trusted. But yeah, our system isn't great. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it's a shame because I'd love to be a lawyer and I couldn't defend someone if I knew they were in the wrong. Which is absolutely fair enough. Honestly, the law is not about being right, it's about getting it right. Yeah, basically it is. It's about getting it right. Or being the winner. It's more about winning the case more than anything else. Because it's all about, reputation at the end of the day. And if you are a lawyer who's after reputation, that's the only time that the type of lawyer that you really get money from. If you are, I don't know if we have them here in the UK, pro bono lawyers, where you are fighting small cases rather than big cases. You don't get very well known for fighting small cases. Right, let's continue. What is it, Mr. Wright? I'm so sorry for the ads. I will type that because he's an ad. If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicion on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes. How much is your fee? I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? Oh, Pix, thank you so much for gifting Shroomy a sub, Pixie. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, Shroomy. If you'd like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring. Mr. Wright. Yes. You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that? Guilty, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You are hereby declared guilty. I couldn't be a lawyer because the moment my client gets on my nerves, I'd be like, Your Honor, my client is guilty. They told me in confidence that they stole that little kid's candy bar. But sorry about that delay. Ad rocked me. Give me 1 sec to fix that. Oh, Pixie, thank you so much. Pixie, make sure you look after yourself first, all right? But thank you so much for gifting a sub to King. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Interesting, then the ads came. They really do have their timing. Thank you so much, Pixie. I very much appreciate you for doing that. There's also a thing where you can't implicate your client if you're defending them. So you can defend them badly, but you can't then turn around and say, yeah, they're guilty. I think there's a law against that as well. I need to look into that. But yeah, no, I totally get like the whole wanting to learn the law and understand the law and then not wanting to then defend someone who is, well, essentially guilty. But then you'd have to just, be that type of lawyer that defends really badly. Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything and go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not wanting himself being there. Or not without himself being there. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. One biddy for no apparent reason. Thank you so much for the 1 bit. I appreciate the 1 bit. Thank you. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services, ever. The judge, why does he keep looking at me like I'm one on trial here? From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. Oh, I was pushing the wrong buttons. Why is it not going back? Did she already know he was dead? What was it that she... Was it this drink? If she knew, she wouldn't have gone in there. I'm going to present the drink, but I need to say it first, just in case. Because I know I'm probably going to get it wrong. But I do believe it is the drink. Alright, okay. Let's present it. Oh, I am right. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrido had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrido had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. Thank you for the deep meow. I wish I could do a deep meow, but I can't get my voice deep enough. Like it. So in most cases, in order to get a deeper voice, you have to relax your throat. But if I relax my throat too much and I talk, it irritates my throat. So I'm like, I can't do the deep meow. I can do a gremlin meow maybe. Meow. That's it. That's what you get. A gremlin meow. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured with the victim. But isn't that just a part of Agent Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you're mistaken. If Agent Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corridor's death. If not, then that can only mean that Agent Andrews was never your client at all. Oh, the crowds are going, they're getting thrown left, right and centre. How strange. Yes. Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. They need to get here soon. I don't know how long I can drag this case out. He's gonna get suspicious. Oh no, my head said, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalise a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Okay, let's oh, no. So if the killer's radio dies in the middle of testimony, do we get access to run the market? Get some batteries? Or recess, not access? I mean, it wouldn't be our job to run and get the batteries. I suppose the judge would get the bailiff to go get the batteries? 1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you'll keep that in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request, but as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Press further. So, what are those suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there'll be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corridor's room. I'd like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Bailiff, we need the rest of that testimony. Go to the market and get some batteries. But Girona, that's like 3 kilometers away. Then I suggest you get to the walking then, sir. Actually, 3 kilometers isn't that far. I mean, it is far, but it's not that far. I did 3 kilometers this morning myself. Well, that took me an hour. I haven't been doing the walk for a while. I actually used to be able to do that walk in like 45 minutes. That one took me an hour and 20 minutes this morning. I was like, oh my God, I've gotten so slow. But you can easily do 3 kilometers. Oh, I say easily. Right, if you are fit, you can easily do the 3 kilometers in about 30 to 45 minutes. See, I'm lazy, so I mean, you can take an hour, it's fine. I slowly walked my way through the forest this morning for that 3 kilometer trail, not trial. That 3K trail. Yeah, I've done, I used to do it every week, that 3K walk. And then sometimes if I felt like it, before I get to the very end, I'd then double back on myself. So I ended up doing 6K. But obviously today was not that day because I could barely manage the 3K. I need to do more exercise because a sitting job really doesn't help. And I get so much like back pains and stuff. So I really should pick up more walking and stuff like that. And the weather's getting nicer. I say nicer. It still is raining like really heavily. And that's what's like triggered the aches in my wrist as well. The heavy rains, like the sudden turn of weather and stuff like that. But it's not been too bad. On nice days, when the weather is nice, the walk is absolutely like really lovely. There's like flowers, trees and plants and piggies as well along the trail. So yeah, it's definitely it's good to go out and touch grass every now and then, even if it's not to do 3K. You can do 1K. It's fine. A little bit is better than nothing. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to his hotel room. I have to stretch when I'm in office or sitting so long. I didn't know a sedentary job could be so taxing on your body until it affected me. Yeah, it's because you're just like sat in the same position for a very long time. So that's what I need to do as well. I need to do more stretches and more like twists and turns. But most of the pain that I get is like on my lower back and like in my hips as well. And it's very common as well for sitting jobs to have lower back pains. But one of the reasons why I get them quite badly is because years ago I landed on my tailbone whilst ice skating. So I have a little bit of PTSD when it comes to ice skating. And my friend's like, let's go ice skating, Jet. No, thank you. I have a little bit of PTSD. I can't get back onto the ice because I slipped and then my feet came right under me, like almost over my head, and that's how I landed on my tailbone. And it's just smack bang in the middle of it. And back then I was working like a retail shop job. So I had to call in sick for the whole week. So I could not physically move, like really could not move. And the response I got from my manager at the time was, well, I've got back pains and I'm in work. It's like, dude, if I could move, I'd be there. But I can't move. Therefore, I am at home sitting in pain. It's not about you and your back pains right now. It is about me and my back pains. Wow, that's so, yeah, it really is. And it's also like typical of, no offense, but male manager as well. Like he literally was just, well, now I'm on my own. I've got back pains. I'm having to do everything on my own, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, when you're on shift, you make sure you have 5 other workers covering you. When I'm on shift, you only give me 2 people and I have to cover everything. Like from deliveries to front of shop to cashing up and everything else. You don't give me enough cover, so you can shut up. You can shut up. Oh, he was infuriating. And that's why I only lasted 6 months in the job, because he was terrible. And Not only was he terrible, I also noticed that money was going missing. Yes. And that was the biggest reason why I left, because I noticed, because I had to do the cashing up every night, and I noticed that money was missing at the end of the night. And because I was signing off these missing monies, I knew that it would come back and bite me in the ass, because then I'd be questioning my head office like, well, why is money missing? When I knew it wasn't me, and it was definitely the manager who did the early afternoon shift. Yeah. So as soon as I noticed that was happening, I was like, do you know what? No, I don't want this mess on my lap. So I'd much rather resign than give you the opportunity to throw me under the bus to cover yourself. So no, thank you. Anyway, he was planning to publicly disclose its content at the press conference after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It is very important. The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is, the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Oh, did I just... Oh no, did I just do that wrong? Did I just sign Agent Andrews' death certificate? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Oh no, okay. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Okay, at least I didn't lose any lives there. So you physically met Agent Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I'd like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Of course, it was very important, Your Honour. If Mr. Tequila had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? So your client was Adrian Andrews? That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time round. You have to draw more information from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about delicate balance. A few weeks ago... Can we find out a date? Are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Miss Attorney, I hope you'll keep that in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Time? Can we request more information? Specific night? No. I tried to fill the conditions of my client's requests, but as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So what are those suspicions you have? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. Bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there'll be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corridor's room. I'd like you to retrieve the item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Designer's suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to the hotel room. Public disclosed contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was. I see. Well, Mr. Wright was testimony just now of importance. It was not important. What the killer said sounds plausible, but in the end, it's just his conjecture. No, Your Honour, I didn't think it was important. Well then, witness, please continue. Certain parts. Can he give us a date for that? So you physically met Agent Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was the brief pause? Witness, I'd like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Oh, wait, why would he look them in the eye? Well, Mr. Wright was testing me just now of importance. It's very important. Of course, it's very important, Your Honour. If Mr. Killer met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying that his client really was Agent Andrews? I guess so. You see, it's just as I said. You see, it's these little things that really gets to you. So he said that he looked the client in the eye. But why single eye? I'm going to present Adrian Andrews' profile, but I'm going to say first. And I guarantee you it's something as simple and as silly as that it's going to catch me out on. Or try to catch me out on. Is that it? No, okay. Boo, I was wrong. I'm gonna just quickly load back the save file. Okay, we met a certain bar to discuss finance matters. That's what occurred. I trust memory and I believe I made no mistakes. So your client was Agent Andrews? That is correct. Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time round. Do I present her profile in the second part of that? Memory... Oh, I missed that. My bad. Let's go around again. We could go express my clients. Not bored. I trust my memory and I believe I made no mistake. I don't need to save it again. I still think it is Adrian's photo that I need to present. No. Load the bear. But I don't think the bear has anything to do with it. This came to me about a week ago. I'm wondering, when was this? Some ritual source on probably been getting close. And just stars. I can't remember when. When did Adrian say that she was going to announce? A receipt for the stuffed bear. I'm a bit stuck. Hang on, I'm gonna cheat. I was certain that it was that little small detail that they were gonna try and catch me out on. Like the eye detail. But I'm not so certain now. I was like, yeah, I'm certain it's that. And then I'm like, maybe not. Is this it? Oh, we've done all this bit. Okay. We've done this bit. Okay, trial. We've done this bit. Mistake. Client's name. We've done that bit. Breaking the rules. We've done that bit. Came to me about a week ago. Yep, this one. Oh, okay. Okay. I've got it now. It was a crest nice full ceremony, we met bar, press. Agent Andrews, right. Of course I did. Press further. Right. And then what we need to do is say it's not important. Okay. Why he meets his client is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Agent Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true that they say what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It's very important. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honour, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case... Witness, please include a statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. Okay, now we present Agent Andrews' profile. Oh. There we go. I'd like to go over this one more time. You met Agent Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer. You have never met the real Agent Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up. About her. So what is the issue? Aha! Oh, what did you just say now? About her. If you had ever met Agent Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she's a woman. Oh! The radio broke. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their requests. But he has never met Agent Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honour, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Agent Andrews. Oh my god, he's sweating oil. Is that oil? Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honour. Her name? Yes, Agent Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. Tequila, the entire time he was on the stand, no one has stated Agent Andrew's gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember, I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corredor and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. 2 or 3 small things? What other things did they get them to do? So you took this job for a letter? He didn't mention anything about the letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay, like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. Oh, he gets strength from Edgeworth. As long as he's standing there across from me, protecting me. Oh, they're so cute. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Okay, let's press. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now. Let's start with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one, present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client? Do we have proof? We don't. I bet you that's the proof that's going to come later. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests, and if I met each and every client, I'd lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I've joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have a mail that in a special insulated envelope? I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client and... Two or three other things? Yes. And what were those other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I push these buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Let's let it go for now. The killer sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious. Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? A mask? The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Is there a contradiction? Because there isn't really, because she was wearing she had the mask on, yeah. No objections. I think I can pull something out of what he said. But it'd be real bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. There are no problems with the testimony, Your Honour. We pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Huh? Seems like we're still okay to me. And that's exactly what's so bad. At the rate we're going, we'll end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Oh, yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Yes, now I remember. I had to request by mail. I have to press something further. Time I did not. Oh, come now. Okay, so I don't have proof. He's then said that he's done about meeting his clients. Okay. Was it this statement? It must be right. I'm going to save because I'm going to press him for those few items. It's worth pressing, I think. Okay, let's go. 2 or 3 of those things, yes. And more of those other things. A few other things have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? Maybe if I push it on buttons, I won't press further. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client, which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Oh, that was pretty bad. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck, alright. I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Is it? Oh, I've saved, so let's pursue it anyway. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corridor's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. If I'm going to give it to Agent Andrews. I found this figurine at Miss Longar's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan, to frame Mr. On Guard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problem with this piece of testimony? Is there though? Let's go no objections for the time being. It's no use. As long as I can't put my finger on the central problem here. Pressing this witness anymore would be extremely dangerous. It appears that Mr. Wright has no problem. Well then, witness, please continue. And there was another statement that we wanted to press. It was this one, wasn't it? So let's save. Damn, they're still going. Yeah, they're still going. This one's difficult because I have to be careful. If I push him too much, he'll know I'm up to something. So client's face, not even once. I did once. It was when I went to give the client the figurine. Yes, I see. He was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Is there a contradiction? I mean, technically she would be wearing a mask, so it must be the other statement that I should have a contradiction with. Okay. Let's do... It's a problem, have clients, requests for murder, conference to say things. Okay. Let's push this one. There's a contradiction. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, it'll cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Only Corridor and Andrews know how to open it. I have no evidence though, I don't think. So I think it over again. So maybe it is the last statement? Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, that's what I thought it was a man. Let's skip this, met the client once. There's a contradiction. One thing does sort of stick out to me, Your Honour. Witness, I think you most definitely saw a client's face. Let's recall Mr. Powell's testimony. Oh yeah, because he had his mask off. Because Powers saw him hand... Oh my god, I completely forgot about Powers' testimony. He saw... Well, I mean, he only saw the arm. Does that count? After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. He received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. On Guard, and at the time he was not wearing his Nickel Samurai mask. Oh! Order, yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness. Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The radio exploding? Yeah! It's when they get caught in their lies. The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. I'm sorry, but sadly we're not nearly so generous here. if I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Did they just repeat the same line? Did they just reuse the same line? Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? And where is your evidence that the large roll of cash was not in fact a tip? Come, Mr. Edworth, show me the money. What? Mr. Attorney. Yes. You know, I think your line of question has been a little strange. In fact, I'd say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh, no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know. Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we're on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I'm free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry, please forgive my foolishness. If only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness. We've pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Seems like we're still okay to me. And that's exactly what's so bad. Okay, we've done this already. We need the evidence to come. Oh, what else is there that I can... What does he say to this statement? This statement is another one that I need to present evidence for. I found this figure in Mr. Ongar's mansion. If he gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ongar, I'm sure. There's a contradiction. Gave the figure into Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he'll cut the connection on his end. You have to make a strong point, Phoenix. You have to present... I'm sure I need to present evidence, but I don't know what evidence to present. Alright, let's see if that's the right one. Present evidence. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Ongar's mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is the battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Let's do this. Shelley the killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Yes, Judge, go pack a suitcase. We're going on a holiday in a yellow submarine. Your Honour, please think back to Miss Andrews' testament. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. The judge deserves a holiday after this. It has been a very long trial. I think I need a holiday after this. Order. So that's where you two are going. So by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle, which means that It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Agent Andrews to be the client. Oh! Order! 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 Mr. Phoenix, right. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand, otherwise. Did Phoenix just scream in court? What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution, What has come over everyone, even you are? The prosecution rests. Oh, what is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. Oh, what? Oh, so many twists and turns. Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. Tequila's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelly Tequila's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt on guard, would be declared innocent, and in his place, Agent Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt on guard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Huh. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. On Guard. What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Oh, he's revealed himself. Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defence's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt on guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this. I have to decide something. I can't count on evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on guard, is... Oh my god. Do we pick guilty or not guilty? Do we sacrifice Maya or do we Maya told us to get him a guilty verdict, no matter what, otherwise she'll come back and haunt us. And to be honest, Adrian Andrews is innocent. And I'm not prepared to pin the blame all on her. I mean, we already put that woman through enough. And then to let this guy go free as well, because of like his blackmail and everything. My choice? Oh no, I want to pronounce him guilty. But I guarantee you, before we even can say this, we're going to get an objection or hold it. And the evidence that we've been waiting for to arrive will arrive, and Francesca will be like, I have the evidence, take it. So I want to do guilty. We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on guard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... See, I told you. Francesca's the last minute. Oh god, that was tense. Francesca from Karma. What are you doing here? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them, the final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma's perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about the scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. Whippy! All of the items are inside this. What a filthy old coat this is. That's gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologise for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial. Or for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honour, inside that filthy coat are the defence's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial's already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honour, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. I just did something cursed and made an anime opening about myself in an AI music generator app and I roared with laughter at the lyrics it made. Oh no. Oh no. Did the lyrics expose you for being a classy spitter? However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. No slander. Yeah, no slander. Sure, King, sure. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor, the killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? No, that's the pistol he would have used to shoot Francesca, I think. More details are not needed. I'm pretty sure there's no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from On Guard's mansion. Oh, question for more details. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh, yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it. That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer's no ordinary man. Was that you doing the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it'd provide us with an interesting clue. And that is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items would show you the killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful, absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first... Make On Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If On Guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he'll let his hostages go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way... Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if he could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge, we have all seen the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I've already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it as us that needs the evidence, Your Honour. Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honour. Please, Your Honour. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I'll grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible, to turn the situation around in one try. One try, that is all I will permit. I have to try to remember. Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. The think, Phoenix, think just makes me think of think, Pooh Bear, think. Because Pooh Bear does the same thing. He'll like hunch over with an arm over his belly and an arm like tapping his head going, think, Pooh, think. Oh, I love Pooh Bear. I really do, I think he's adorable. There must be a way to save Maya while taking on Gardan at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? The only person who doesn't know that we've got this evidence is Shelley the killer. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you'd like to show this person. The tape. I bet you that's a tape showing Shelley the killer killing Juan. Because he went back for it as well, so he must know what's on there. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there's some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. All right, it looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was certainly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you're on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who is it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. Oh, that was Agent Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. He just told the judge to be quiet. He literally just went, shut up and listen. Shut your trap and listen. Less talking, more listening. Yes, sir. Your client specified the place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I'd like to know why. Why did Matt on guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why a client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to blackmail you. He'd already admitted that he was going to blackmail him. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Mr. Shelley the Killer? He's sweating oil again. Oh. He just, oh. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I'd break our contract in that case. And then that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I'd follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. Oh ho ho! Matt on guard, you're in danger. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Man, put that on the Valentine's. Well, I'll chase you to the ends of the world for eternity. Oh, isn't that like the same, a similar feel to like Taken? I don't know who you are or where, I can't remember what the script is, but it goes along the lines, I don't know who you are or where you are, but I will find you. I will hunt you down. Happy Valentine's. Oh, that'd be a very scary Valentine's. Is that what you're going to do next year, King? Is that you're going to send someone a Valentine's card saying, you don't know who I am and you don't know where I am, but I will find you and I will chase you to the ends of the earth for eternity. Happy Valentine's. Oh my god. And then there'll be a bunch of roses all shredded up. For you to make pompery. Is it pompery? Yeah, pompery. Potpourri, not pompery, potpourri. There's no M in there. Mr. Wright. Yes. My contract with my client is over as of now. Present them roses and wine. Not the chopped up roses, yeah? Potpourri. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I'll now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. We saved Maya in the end. Oh my god. The trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Oh, look at him sweat. Miss on guard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly, you should be happy. But before that, I'd like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you'd understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honour, the verdict, if you please. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Congratulations, Mr. Matt on guard. Please make sure to savour every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honour. As always, the defence pleads not guilty. Very well. This court finds the defendant Matt on guard. Please wait. What's the matter? If I get not guilty, I'll be killed. I'm no! Guilty! Oh my god, he's just given himself more scars. Wow, he scratched himself to high heaven. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? Dear Lord, I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whipped leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honour. The drama. Yeah, the drama. I love the drama in this game, though. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention centre, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I'd finally been saved. Wow, this is the first I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, bless her. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. Yay! Oh, that was a long trial, that was. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realise that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Don't get your clients off. I really tried to brush that one under the carpet. Oh, should I please no one notice? Please no one notice. Please no one notice. No, Luna. You noticed. Without dinner at least. Hey. I'm not made out of money, you know. Pleasure comes first. Then maybe dinner, if it's satisfactory. Oh no, I'm really not that type of person, I promise you. Oh my god, what must you guys think of me? Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Why you call me a degenerate? Hey, at least I am actually classy. I'm not the spitty is classy type. And at least I don't tie girls to the front of a train and be like, smash the wall. Oh, this is going to be so out of context. And I refuse to explain myself. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. Wow. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matangard, is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth. I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody. Really? Pearls, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Mystic Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick. Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Oh no, Pearls. Thanks. Oh. What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow. Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? You lost. Pearl's adorable. She really is. She is very adorable. And it's really weird when Mia takes over her body. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet you are still happy. I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I don't dislike you, your father. Yeah, Senior von Karma was... Oh, he was an arsehole. I felt like I'd lost everything because of that. And then... it was my turn to sit on the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, and so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realise something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. Oops, sorry. 2 seconds. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy, we claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. The truth? Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. Oh, back when they were young, all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. And that's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself. See, I told you they love each other. You pathetic fools. Don't be jealous, Francesca. Miss Von Karma. I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. And Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you're no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, and neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francesca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. And there's something else. Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. Why though? You should keep this right. Okay. Nick. It's Maya. She's back. Maya. Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. I don't know what he's planning to do with the whip. Oh, look, they're reunited. Look how cute they are. I should do more Phoenix fan art, honestly. But the characters are kind of hard to draw. And actually, they're not hard to draw. I get really... what's the word? It is a very heartwarming scene. I get very hung up on the idea of the fact that my drawings don't look like the original drawings, and that's when I end up scrapping all my drawings. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got unguard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I'd never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I'd just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved you're all right. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. I totally feel that once you mimic one art style, you get annoyed at yourself when you can't do it again for another. Yeah, no, definitely. But I try not to get too annoyed with myself for it, but it's hard. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. She's hungry. Let's go, eat burgers. All right, I think it's time we go out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick, food. Grub, chow, I'm starved. I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick, food! Are we gonna get an image? March 23rd, 7:38 PM, Gatewater Hotel. Hotel lobby. Hey pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't the red light that got him. Edgeworth has turned into a softie and I'm all for it. Yeah, oh my god, he softens up so much. And you're like, oh my god, kiss already. You did it again, silly boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, I was more excited. It was more exciting than the very last episode, The Still Samurai. Thanks. Now look here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, you might just kick it tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now, everyone, gather around. You're gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal. Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items she took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Well, you know, it's... He just laughs. Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. Oh, there was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. But boy, I tell ya, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, girl. So where's the picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Myers' picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. It sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Oh. Shelley the killer? What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, Wright. I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Kiss him. Sorry. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Kiss him. Anything. The whip? I think the whip would be out of context. What can we give him? I think the whip is the most symbolic thing that we can give him. So I'm going to give him the whip. Oh, what's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. Somebody who wants them to kiss? Yeah. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Nothing says thank you like a bit of yaoi. Exactly. It's like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearly? Guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? No, Pearly, the wrong couple. You're shipping the wrong people. You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Huh? Yeah, I got me in a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd better be anyhow for 3,000. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Phoenix. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Nick, my excuse is I'm an American millennial. I'm always broke. Exactly. All right then, if you say so. Objection! The end. Oh, that was my elbow. Oh, that I think was the last chapter of the second game. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Maya's always in trouble. And is she in trouble the next one? I don't think so in the next game, the third game. She's in less trouble. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case. Oh, Pearly, no. No. Bless her. I bet he's under Nick's name as well. Like, he has to pay the bill. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edra had a long talk with the chief and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it, crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. Bless Gumshoe. I forgot about Maggie. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. Oh, and bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. We get to see her as a waitress, actually. Hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. In the third game, we get to see her as the waitress. I remember now. It's quite a funny case, that one is, actually. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Harty. Ho ho. Recently? Yes. That girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. I remember. If I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Oh. You not him? Yeah, no, he's disgusting. Dr. Harty. Of the Harty Clinic. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie, and to let the world know we are serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even if they won't laugh at Mo's joke. Even they won't laugh at Mo's jokes. Poor Mo. Oh, Mo's gonna make an entrance, isn't he? Yep. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are going to fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humour. Mo Curls, represent. We've got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Bloody Trello. What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electronic razor recharging. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? Oh, they've forgotten about your bag. I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty and oh no, she's gone off. I'm not doing it. I want her gun. I want the gun. Oh, it is Pew Pew. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edruff did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her with anything about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. was nice of Von Karma, saying that she can consult her. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you'd like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. And that's the disappearance of Shelly the Killer. I don't even think we actually arrest Shelly the Killer or put him in prison. Ooh. International departures. Where are you going, Francesca? How did you know I was here? With this? Oh, that's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francesca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that, But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Mum, your father was a bad person. He was very bad. Right, you knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honour or pride. I hope you'll think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth. I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could take Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I said, bow down to me. Bow down to me. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've done until today. I believe you can. Just like how Agent Andrews did. Agent Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today you chased after me after I'd left you behind all those years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. Side by side, they're equals. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francesca von Karma. Oh, I wasn't expecting her to cry. Oh no, this is weird. You wouldn't expect such a strong woman to cry. She's kind of cute. Oh no. I'm Francesca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Oh no, bless her. She's just a delicate little girl inside, really. And she's been chasing after Edgeworth. Oh, bless her. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Oh, bless her. She's really a cutie on the inside. Oh, is that what Maya drew? Oh, the end. Oh, wow, that was emotional. It was emotionally everywhere. Should be the last one. Saving, do not turn off. Yeah, it's yeah. Otherwise it'll go back to like the chapters. So that is the end, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am going to send you guys off on a raid. I'm going to send you guys to Twirly. I didn't realise what time it was. It's 7:30. Oh my god. So let me send you guys off on a raid to Twirly. Let me set that up. Give me 2 seconds. Twirly is currently playing Raft. Let's start the raid. Say hello to her. Be kind, be nice, do the bullies. If you are subbed, oh my god. If you are subbed, please use this raid message. If you are not subbed, please use this raid message. I thank you all once again for joining me today. It was very fun, very much appreciated. I should be back on Tuesday, but I'm not 100% sure. We shall see how I am feeling. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening, the rest of your weekend, and enjoy your time with Twirly. So, bye-bye for now.